Can you guys all hear me?
We hear you.
You might not be able to make out what I'm saying, but I'm here. No. Down, boy, you can't.
Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Perez, good evening.
Mike check, I wanted to sure I can be heard here.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Daly. Everybody in the boardroom.
Board members?
Emily.
Because Emily's right there.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure of everything. One moment, please. Agenda. Meeting will come to order at 5:29, I think, 5:30, close enough. Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Emily Daly,
Here,
Richard Jones,
here,
Alicia Lundstrom. Here. Ron Ortiz,
Here.
Dr. Garashambo.
Here. Before we get started on the agenda, please make note that some of our district staff and Mr. Perez have tested positive for COVID, so they will be Zooming if they are here. And so let's all be cautious and be aware that it's still out there. All right, adoption of agenda. Mr. Perez, is there any changes to the agenda? And if so, what?
No, sir, Mr. President, board, good evening, everybody. Well, I recommend that we approve the agenda as presented this evening.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Emily Hunt Daly, so moved.
And is seconded by Emily Hunt Daly to approve the agenda as presented. Roll call, please.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes,
Richard Jones, Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Dr. Garashambo.
Yes, motion carries. Adoption of the minutes. Mr. Perez, are there any change, we're gonna adopt the minutes. Are there any, do you have a recommendation on the minutes?
Yes, sir, Mr. President and board members, I recommend that we adopt the minutes of May 3rd, 2022 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes as presented?
I make a motion.
Motion made by Alicia Lundstrom to adopt the minutes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ron Ortiz to approve the minutes as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
yes,
thank you. Richard Jones, Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Garashambo.
Yes, motion carries. Do you have one of those forms that was completed by the requesters?
Yes.
Are there any recognitions, Mr. Perez?
Mr. President, Board, and audience, we don't have any formal recognitions, but I would like to acknowledge all of the staff from the high schools who have been working so very hard the last few days and last couple of weeks, and making sure that our graduations are all lined and working to see that we get all of our graduates to the stage to receive their diplomas. It's a busy time. Well, it's a busy time for everybody, but just want to acknowledge all of the staff that are involved in planning and ensuring that we have a good promotion ceremony at all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Citizens to address the board. No action or discussion by the board will occur with all matters referred to the superintendent. There needs to be courtesy towards the board and staff, as stressed in GCCSB 2150. Personal attacks upon board members, staff personnel, or other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board are discouraged. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that convey an unjustly unfavorable impression may subject the presenter to civil action for defamation. Policies KE, KEB, KEC, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Let's see, how many do we have? 4? I will give each individual 5 minutes. And with respect, I do time it. Before I do that, Dalton or Lorraine, Mr. Jones is trying to get on.
I'm good now.
Thank you. Let the record show that Richard Jones is present. All right, Rusty Davidson.
Mr. President, Board, I don't want to turn my back on these folks.
Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Davidson.
Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you quite well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, Mr. President, colleagues, citizens, I'm here tonight. My name is Rusty Davidson, and I'm here in the spirit of appreciation. You know, it's been a long ride for me, and it's been a really good ride. Been in public education for a long time.
Before you, Mr. Davidson, for the record, it would really be very helpful and beneficial for you to give who you are and what your position is and so forth.
Thank you.
Because it actually connects me to a bit more of the board to who you are and what your role is.
Thank you. As I said, my name is Rusty Davidson. I am a staff member at Early College High School,
Okay,
and I am a citizen of Centerville.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And I won't take that off your time.
I'm okay with time. One of the things that's causing me to feel this deep sense of gratitude at my age is that I am fortunate to be at Early College High School. And ironically, we are the home of the Dragons, and that conjures up a certain kind of magic. And I assure you that there's a certain kind of magic that's going on just a few blocks from here. In terms of appreciation, thank you, Vance Lee, for magnetizing me to this program. It's a godsend. And those of you that may or may not know, Vance Lee had a lot to do with kickstarting this program and handing it off to our current leadership. I also have to say thank you to my colleagues at Early College High School, and just so you know, Mr. Whiting, we have 100% of our faculty in attendance tonight. Bonnie B. Hill, Claire McKenzie, Bernie Jeremiah. And as I said, Mr. President, there's a certain kind of magic that's going on. We celebrated our first graduate 2 weeks ago with an associate's degree in pre-business at the age of 16. A year from last Friday, we'll celebrate our first full commencement and have several students that will be achieving high school diplomas and associate's degrees the same day. In recent weeks, we've doubled our student population with 23 new entering freshmen that have accepted our invitations after extensive interviewing process. And I'm happy to say that in a time where budget seems really important to all of us, we have been successful attracting several new students from non-GCCS feeder schools into the GCCS family. And that's something that we're really, really proud about. You know, it's, I was speaking personally with some folks earlier. We're living in a society that either has no values or has lost their ability to express those values. And that's something that we feel lucky about in a small environment, in an intense environment like ECHS. We very simply expect each other to do the right thing and do the right thing out of our peers' expectations. And when I say do the right thing, we're very, very fortunate with our student body that our kids do the right thing automatically, and they do it easily, and they do it without any cognitive plan. We're very fortunate in that we're able to collaborate daily, hourly if we need to, in terms of providing maximum service for these wonderful young minds that we get to spend our days with. Thank you. So we hold everybody that's involved with public education to that same high standard. Certainly that includes you and the blessing that you have to have been selected by your constituents to guide this mission. Certainly we expect that of each other. We expect that of our peers at all the other schools within the GCCS family, and we expect that of our district leadership. As I said, we feel really fortunate. Folks, I'm just finishing my 47th year in the public education classroom. And I've seen it, I've heard it, I've watched all of the stuff that's gone on in public education over the last 2 generations. And let's call it like it is. There's a lot of naysayers and a lot of bashers out there when it comes to public education. I cannot tell you enough times how refreshing it is to be a small town guy from Grants, New Mexico in Cibola County, USA, and be able to go to the grocery store or the hardware store or the post office and have people, whether it's parents, whether it's friends, whether it's just individuals. So what are you doing now? Oh, I'm in an early college high school. Oh, and they said, man, I've heard about that. You are so lucky. Yes, sir, I am. Yes, ma'am, I am. Very, very lucky to be a part of something. And to hear that from our community is magic.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Appreciate that. Appreciate your words.
Thank you. Did I hit my 5 minutes?
I can give you a little more time. Thank you.
So am I done?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And if you would tell us your name and your role or your capacity when you come up, it would be appreciated. Claire McKenzie.
Hi, I'm Claire McKenzie. I work at the Early College High School, science teacher there. It's my 2nd year with them. I have over 20 years of education. Teaching experience. Started out in Albuquerque, moved out to Gallup, worked with them. Took 10 years off to homeschool my children. Spent some time up at Nmsu grants working in the adult education program for about 2 or 3 years. And then returned to secondary education in public schools. I'm here, Mr. Superintendent, President Archambault, county board members and guests. The reason I'm here is to speak of Dr. Richard Eisenbart, his exemplary service at the Early College High School as principal. I've been a colleague to Dr. Eisenbart for 2 years and have found him to be a great leader. Dr. Eisenbart rejoices in the successes of his students and staff, and he offers support and encouragement when we fall short of our goals. His response, we can do this. But always foremost in his actions and in his thoughts, he seeks to propel the ECHS students towards success. Since ECHS does not have a counselor, Dr. Eisenbart has taken upon himself the role of high school guidance counselor by providing the academic support and the career guidance our students need. As an advocate for our students attending Nmsu grants classes, he is in constant conversation with the Nmsu grants Associate Campus Director, Dr. Marlene Chavez-Toivanen, Vice President for Student Services, Patrick Klingman, and when necessary, the Nmsu faculty. The fruit of this labor has even led to, as Mr. David Hudson had mentioned, the achievement of an associate's degree in pre-business for one of our juniors. As part of his commitment as an early college high school principal, Dr. Eisenbart works closely with the statewide Early College High School New Mexico Coalition, and he also works with the Negotiated Services for Education, and this is an LLC committed to providing technology-based career and college education services. His commitment to the success of our students is his template. Dr. Eisenbart is a people person. He has an ability to communicate his genuine concern to students, parents, and staff. He communicates with clarity and respect. For example, his demeanor during our interviews with prospective students and with their parents is one of friendship and respect. He keeps open lines of communication with both the ECHS staff and students. His door is always open, literally and figuratively. Dr. Eisenbart goes beyond the call of duty. For a time in the fall semester, he served as principal of 2 schools. When Superintendent Perez assigned him to serve as Mount Taylor Elementary principal, Dr. Eisenbart stepped into the task. Even though he is no longer principal to Mount Taylor, Dr. Eisenbart's his rapport with Mount Taylor Elementary continues to be good, because I saw this when we were at the teacher appreciation event. The Mount Taylor teachers and staff greeted him with affection and humor. Dr. Eisenbart is fair and consistent. There are no surprises when it comes to Dr. Eisenbart's professionalism. He listens, he asks questions, and he gives each situation careful thought. At times, he has even had to remind me to give situations time and thought before acting on them. And in all these situations, he is truthful and he is honest. Finally, Dr. Eisenbart, he's a visionary. He's all about imagining the possibilities and providing the opportunities for our students. The job of an early college high school principal is a difficult and demanding job. Dr. Richard Eisenbart, as ECHS principal, has excelled. He's excelled with wisdom, intelligence, respect, tenacity, and common sense. He is a valuable and respected colleague. We at ECHS are very proud of our school, and we at ECHS are very proud of Dr. Richard Eisenbart. If it is a matter of funding to maintain Dr. Eisenbart employment with GCCS, additional funding would be entirely appropriate and beneficial to the Grand Cibola County education community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Bonnie Vigil.
Is that okay? Great. Hello, my name is Bonnie Vigil, current teacher at Early College High School. I've been with Grand Cibola County Schools for 22 years. I started my career at Central Office, then I went to Los Alamitos Middle School, and now currently I'm at Early College High School. Ooh, breath.
Bonnie, I know you.
I know
Take
it,
your time.
I'm so nervous.
I've seen you in the classroom.
I'm here speak in support of Dr. Y. Sorry.
It's okay.
Current early college high school principal, and also the future success of ECHS. It has come to my attention that his contract is not being renewed as ECH's principal. For the record, he did not ask me to be here today, but I am here on my own in support of a great principal and leader. I have worked with Dr. Y for 2 years as my supervisor. Within those 2 years, he has always been a supportive leader. He includes his staff in the decision-making process, as we are so new and still trying to build our foundations at ECHS. Because of this, we have so many firsts. And with these firsts, Dr. Y is there every step of the way to help guide and put the students first in every situation that may arise. He works extremely hard to make sure every student has what they need. He is very empathetic and sometimes gives more than we agree with, but it's because he cares about every single student and wants to do everything in his power to give them the opportunity to succeed. Not only is he supportive of their academics, he is also supportive of any extra activities that the students or staff want to conduct. He has shown up to all after-school activities and each time has taken money out of his own pocket in support of anything that is needed. Dr. Y is the true meaning behind every student, every day, building a person for life. It is hard to find an honest, respectable, and trustworthy person in today's society. We have been fortunate enough to have a supervisor with these qualities. Not only does he look out for the best interest of our students, he also looks out for the best interests as staff members. I feel that our school has many successes, and we can attribute many of these successes to Dr. Y. He is a caring individual and always asks questions to make sure that everything is being done correctly. I know our board does not have control over personnel matters, but I hope that questions are being asked. I do believe that the reason for his contract not being renewed is not because of budget issues. Why? Because I've seen the breakdown of cost for each school. And also there are other avenues to help with the budget of our school. Or is this a bigger picture that we need to be looking at? Is it our school, our entire school, that we should be worrying about? First, it's our principal that gets booted. Sorry, you're out. With no discussion on the possibility of finding a solution. Then we have people at Central persuading parents not to enroll their students in our school. This is extremely concerning to me, since they should be our biggest support system to help our school succeed. Then we get assigned a teacher from another school, which obviously was not going well. Again, no input from ECHS was asked for, no discussion on whether this would be a benefit to our school. It was another, sorry, here you go, deal with it. In conclusion, I am in high support of keeping Dr. Y as our principal. If I am mistaken, and it truly is indeed due to a budget issue, then I would hope that you as the board would help to reallocate funds for the benefit of our school. If it isn't a budget issue, then I hope questions will be asked and answers given to help us understand. ECHS is a very good program for students to get ahead in their secondary education, especially since for some, this will be their only secondary education past high school. Students should and always be our top priority. You, the board, approved to start early college high school for a reason. Why wouldn't you want to see it succeed? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vigil. Excuse me, I have to make notes. John Blankenfield?
Aye.
Good evening, Mr. Blankenfield. Thank you.
My name is John Blankfield. My wife and I are homeschooling parents. We live 30 miles south of Grants in the Zuni Mountains. I'm here because of concerns that I've had for the boys soccer program, which has more or less been combined with the girls soccer program because of the way the coaching has been set up. Some history. Coach Charles Lundstrom contacted me by phone in December of 2020. My son Benjamin was an 8th grader at the time, and invited Ben to practice with the boys team. And they had a shortened season. It was the time of COVID. It was a blessing beyond belief for Ben to get out of the house, to see some other kids. We all remember what that time was like. It was a bad time. Ben got to play some. He was an 8th grader. We had no expectation of him playing a lot, but he got to play, and Ben loves soccer. In June of 2021, Charles Lundstrom contacted my wife and Ben that practice would start, voluntary practice would start on the 20th of June, I believe. When that practice came, Ben came, Charles' son came, and one other boy came, and no one else was there. All of the other boys were at the girls' practice. Charles was quite upset about this. The same thing happened the next day. And the end result of that was that Charles resigned. His reason given was not to do with that. I cannot speak to why that is. That is not my concern. My concern is my son. We have a long history of not getting along with the girls' coach and the boys' coach, Brian Bruce, who was appointed, who Ms. Jones tells me did not want the job, but whose practice was scheduled around. Ben was not told when the new practice was. I had to come to the school, and I actually met Mr. Whitmer at the school, and he informed me of when the new practice was. Ben's phone number was available. He was on the roster from the previous season. I am also making the assumption that Charles Lundstrom's son was not contacted about the new practice. I'm told that no rules were broken here. I don't know all the rules. I am sure that a coach was undermined in this process. There were rules broken, probably in terms of they were on the field coaching. Brian was on the field coaching before he had been appointed. I do not know if he had a license to be doing that. I do not know if he had a background check to be doing that. He had John Malcolm as well on the field. I'm not criticizing John Malcolm in any way. He's a young man. I do not know if he was credentialed at that time or whether he had a license or a background check. And they had their son on the field at that time. Given the history of the soccer program, that is concerning, given the recent history with the girls program. I won't detail. The end result, and the reason I'm here, is that my son Benjamin played 30 minutes the entire season. That data is from Max Preps. The next boy who played the least played 125 minutes. I would simply argue it was capricious and had nothing to do with Ben and everything to do with me and my relationship with Brian Bruce and Tammy Bruce. And it wasn't fair. And the end result, and the most important thing to me, is that Ben has quit. Soccer was a carrot to keep him interested in school. We've lost that carrot. And that is the saddest thing to me. And all of this was avoidable if people played fair and honest. And I will be continuing to try to find more information about what happened here, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenfield. Appreciate that. That concludes the section of the meeting that involves citizens to address the board. Thank you very much for making your points known. Ms. Welcome. We will continue on with the rest of the meeting. If you recall, though, I just want to remind you is that in these settings, the board does not comment on those statements that citizens make, and refer this to the superintendent and administration to deal with.
Sorry.
What I'm saying to you is that we do not, as a board, comment on those statements that one makes, and I think you all recognize that. But thank you very much for being here. Presentations, Mr. Perez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, board, and everyone there this evening. It's always a great honor to present to you the school site presentations. We've had, I think, every school throughout the school year, and this will be the final one for the school year. And last but not least, for sure, it's an honor to bring to you Milan Elementary School, and I just want to make a couple of comments before we get started. Milan Elementary has had a history of a good reputation, solid reputation under the leadership of Mr. Cte Armand. And I just want to acknowledge my appreciation for you and all your hard work that you put into the school, Clara. Her and I go back years even before grants. And she will be moving on to other things this shortly. But just want to acknowledge that, Clara, and you put together a good team there, and we appreciate it. So with that, Mr. President, I present to you Milan Elementary.
Ms. Armand, you may proceed. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, Superintendent Perez, Board President, and board members. Tonight, I will be presenting with my amazing instructional coach, Miranda Barajas. So welcome to Milan Elementary School, home of the Wildcats, where our mission statement is every child, every day, building a person for life by engaging students through rigorous learning in a nurturing environment while developing the whole child. Our PAWS motto, which is embedded in just about everything we do, is show your Wildcat paws by being prompt and prepared for your learning, always showing good character, working hard, and staying safe and healthy. Our core values are perseverance, because we don't stop at trying to do what is right and get the best learning and resources we can for our students. We collaborate all the time. We are a staff, we are a team, and we collaborate often. And integrity. We, at the forefront of everything we do, we always try to act in good faith on the best interest of the students. Our dash goals and successes. Our focus areas were data-driven instruction, which is our desired outcome would be to use data from student work and assessments to strategically group students for those who have not attained mastery for specific standards. And the other was school leadership and systems, where teachers will align their instruction to the standards from the district learning plan for each quarter by planning as a team using the best resources and strategies. Our critical actions. Lessons and assessments will be aligned to quarterly standards. Teachers will create SMART goals for each quarter to ensure mapping of standards, length of teaching time, target assessment dates, reassessment dates, best practices, resources, level of rigor, exemplars, and number of students who mastered each standard. This will determine our next steps. Using grade level data, teachers will strategically group students based on the need and/or skill and reassess those who did not meet not meet benchmarks. And we aligned everything to the district goals. So this aligns to instill excellence in teaching and leadership, goal 2. These are examples of resources that we developed for our teachers. So to provide support for teachers to accomplish the expectations, we used a Milan Elementary developed template to include the number of days in the quarter for mapping purposes, target assessment dates, reassessment dates, what skills are needed to be able to master the standard, and do we need to review those, reteach, etc., prior to introducing the new standard. Create student exemplars with expectations so that there is a model to follow with what mastery would look like. Lessons taught, anchor charts, background knowledge, test taking practices so that there is familiarity with testing formats. Then the number of students who mastered the standard the first time and how many more became proficient after reteaching and strategically grouping students. The lesson plan template was created for teachers to always be able to reference critical components to student success, from the planning stages of the lesson to the lesson delivery. Each grade level is customized with their grade level standards for ELA and math via the drop-down screen at the top. Other drop-down screens for English language strategies, types of daily formative assessments so that teachers can check each day how the students are learning and provide a variety of assessment types, document SPED accommodations and modifications, and move throughout the week with the quadrants from an A to a D, making sure to use the verbs associated with those quadrants to scaffold instruction and move to the highest rigor. There is a close-up example of what one of our drop-down screens looks like with the options for teachers to choose. And again, this is alignment, resources, and support, which aligns to goal 1 and goal 2 of the district goals. This is a sample of our student data folders aligned to quarterly standards. This is a second grade student, 2 second grade students, where they graph their final assessment. There is a target line, so students know what their goal is. K through 2 use the number 1 through 5 scale, with 3 being their target goal, while 3rd through 6th grade students use an 80% of their achievement goal. You can see on one of the folders where the student didn't make their goal, and through strategic grouping and planning with the best interventions, the skill was retaught, reassessed, and the target goal achieved twice on there.
So now we have our Illuminate data to present to the board. This is from our quarter 1. And again, our Illuminate assessments are from the district and they align to the district learning plans that the entire district uses. So for quarter 1 for ELA, we can see a great amount of green, which we are super proud of, being the proficient and advanced pie that we look at. And again, going along with Ms. DeArmond said, we take this data and we, in PLCs, we disaggregate it and we look at what students are we missing from moving up and about this little round donut. And we use those to strategically plan our next lessons. And you can see in quarter 1 math, we have a very small slither of far below basic. And I would like to point out that all of the donuts that you will see from our Illuminate data incorporate all of our students kinder through 6th grade. And that does include our special education students receiving services. So keeping that in mind, we are very proud of these results. So here's our quarter 2 Illuminate again. Looking on the left with our ELA, we have a great deal of proficient and advanced students. And again, with our math, with our far below basic students being a tiny sliver of our entire school population of K through 6. Here is a snapshot of our IMASA data. This is one of our assessments that we do 3 times a year. We were still in the middle of our final IMASA, so we don't have the end of year data for that. But as you can see from our 5th grade team, we had tremendous growth from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And IMASA tests in reading, language usage, and mathematics. So you can see those green lines going up and our red lines moving down. So we are hoping that this is a good prediction of what our IMASA scores will look at for our school. And again, we're excited for July to roll around so that we can view those results. One of the things our 5th grade brought to our school this year was our Invention Convention. This was the first annual, and hopefully it can be brought on to many years because it was a great success. Our 5th grade teachers came up and they asked if they can do an Invention Convention. So it's very similar to Science Fair, except the students had to create their own invention. So we had parent involvement, student involvement. Our teachers were very excited to put this together for us. They displayed them in the gym, and every student at Milan Elementary was able to go and see the prototypes and backboards that the 5th grade students worked so hard on. And as you can see, we have Miss Eliana, our first place winner. There was 3 judges who went around and judged them on a different set of criteria. One of the things that we're so proud of at Milan Elementary is the amount of incentives and awards that we give for our students. Accelerated reader rewards and attendance rewards are what the students look most forward to on a daily basis. Some of the things that we do are carnivals, pancakes, lunch with the principal that everybody loves. We have done crafts, we have taken field trips. Explora has come to our school and done some projects with the students. We have displays, shout outs, the morning announcements, make sure that we support all the students and motivate them to meet these goals. And again, this aligns to the district goal number 3, creating a school climate and environment that is safe, supportive, inclusive, and respectful.
Is this my slide, Ms. Barajas? So these are just some pictures of some of the activities we did for Accelerated Reader. We're really pushing literacy and the emphasis of reading. So for quarter 1, we had an outdoor carnival. Quarter 2, we did Christmas crafts. Quarter 3, students attended the Grants Library field trip. And quarter 4, which is this Friday, will be water fun. Students who met their Accelerated Reader goal all 4 quarters went bowling. We had 59 students met that for all 4 quarters. Our first carnival, we had over 250 students achieve their Accelerated Reader goal. Students in grades 1st grade through 6th. Kindergarten doesn't start till the 2nd quarter. So we really got those kids motivated that 1st quarter, and they really came through. This is an example of our Student of the Month that is aligned to our PAWS motto, the always show good character part of the PAWS. And this is aligned to District Goal 3, again, creating a climate and environment that is safe, supportive, inclusive, and respectful. We utilize the PBIS Positive Behavior Intervention Support System. And so tier 1 is all students, which is the intent is to improve school climate and be culturally responsive. The intent is to reduce behavior problems by providing school-wide adaptations, classroom interventions, acknowledgements, and our anti-bullying campaign. And it also is to increase instructional time by students being in the classroom and not in trouble. Tier 2 is some of our students who are at risk. We provide group supports through our counselor. She's also amazing. Social emotional support, small group conflict resolution, and strategies such as check-in, check-out with students. Tier 3 is the fewest students, and it'd be great if we could eliminate that tier. Individual support, specialized interventions, reduce severity of the problem behaviors, individual therapy, functional behavior assessments, and crisis response. We've experienced, by being diligent with this and faithful to the program, an improvement in school culture, building social skills, reduction in office referrals, large reduction in suspensions, increase in instructional time, improvement of social and emotional development, increase in student engagement, and improvement in classroom management. For our MLSS, some of the strategies and things that we have in place, which I've already touched on some briefly, is our, again, lesson plan template to front load those strategies and build a stronger core for best practices, documentation, and suggestions for English language development. Again, focusing on that rigor, going from quad A to quad D throughout the week, and scaffolding our instruction from the concrete to the abstract. Weekly PLCs, where we examine student work and using the district template to identify weak areas, common mistakes, make sure we set high goals from the beginning. Next step expectations and where we go with instruction based on the data collected. Having a strong core where all students receive quality core instruction. An additional 30 minutes per subject for math and ELA to provide that extra instructions with interventions, differentiated instruction, and targeted interventions where students can succeed a second time on assessment of the standard, as we showed you on the data folders. Focusing on the whole child, again, using PBIS, social emotional learning. Our counselor has really stepped up to provide this, and we need to help teachers do this as well, especially coming off the year of COVID. Attendance incentives, we've done this always at Milan, but I would like to thank Trish this year for supporting us with funding for programs that we did this year, and her support, as well as others from the EWS team who've come over to help participate in some of our rewards, and our quarterly SMART goal planning template. This is what we've had this year. So minor incident reports, the 3-strike form that teachers use for less severe behaviors, where they really try to change that adult behavior and do all they can for the student before sending them to the office. We had 13 of those. Automatic referrals, for obvious reasons, we had 6 of those, and 3 suspensions. Our anti-bullying campaign. Each year, each August, we gather students by grade level for a day-long anti-bullying assembly. Students are trained in the stop, walk, and talk in the 4 types of bullying, which is cyber, physical, social-emotional, and verbal. Students role play, watch videos, and discuss types of bullying that they face. All students sign a pledge to end bullying at our school. And during conflict mediation with students, they revisit the values taught in the assembly, and we constantly review the stop, walk, and talk. Our first ever Milan Elementary Young Authors was held last week, where students pre-K through 6th grade wrote their own books. We wrote a school-wide book, which was so much fun. And we presented that as a school one morning, where we all watched it together with the smart board. The teachers, we participated in Reader's Theater and read the book with the different characters to the students. It was a lot of fun. We had community leaders come in and read to pre-K through 3rd grade students, and an author for National Geographic, who is a longtime friend and also a registered member of the Laguna Pueblo, come and talk to our 4th through 6th grade students about achieving their dreams. Her name is Terry Frazier. So there is Terry talking to our 4th through 6th grade students. She also donated some of her books to our library. That also aligned to Goal 4 of the district plan.
So this is a slide that I am most excited about. we have showcased our wonderful students, but it is absolutely worth mentioning our amazing staff who are furthering their education. So within our school, we currently have two EAs advancing to a teacher. We have 2 EAs working on their teaching degree and are very close to finishing. 6 teachers within our school have received either a leadership certification or an administrative degree. And out of those 6, 3 have already moved up to leadership positions. 2 teachers just submitted for their national board certification, and they will find out those results in December. We also currently have 3 teachers working on their master's degree, and we have 2 more staff who are currently pursuing leadership degrees. So here are some fun pictures of goals and incentives that we have put in place for our students. Again, you can see the bucket challenge, me getting drenched by our kids for an AR reward. We have one of our students who earned to be the principal for an hour. He was able to do the morning announcements and do all the fun morning stuff that comes with being a principal. The sock hop was put on for an attendance reward. And again, thank you to the EWS team and Miss Trish Garcia for helping put that on. And we have Miss DeArmond getting a pie in her face. Here's a showcase from our musical program, the Christmas program that our wonderful music teacher, Miss Samantha Mendez, put on with the students. It was so awesome being able to utilize the Performing Arts Center at the high school. Sorry. It was really awesome utilizing that. And we also had our Filipino teachers take part in the ceremony as well by singing their own song, as well as Miss Mendez joining in on the fun. We also had our first spring dance with Mr. Russell dancing with students. And finally, we have our Run for the Wall. This is a national organization comprised of veterans and other motorcycle riders who ride cross-country from California to Washington, D.C. by Memorial Day. They've been coming to Milan Elementary as one of their stops for years, and we love having them and showing our patriotism for them. One of the special things about this day is it involves so many community members. We have everybody from state representatives to local law enforcement. We have business owners, the mayors from Grants and Milan usually attend. And it's a really awesome program because not only do they come to our school and we allow our kids to show their patriotism, but they also give back to our school. They have presented our 6th graders with a memorable coin every year, and they also give plaques and certificates of appreciation, and we love having them. And so Run for the Wall is going to be this Thursday. They are expected to be at our school around 12:30, and we would love to have any one of you join us so that you can see what all this fun is about.
Thank you so much for your time, and that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
Board members, comments, questions? I think it was fantastic listening to all the different things that you guys are doing at Milan, and capping off with this unique experience of having these people come to your school. All of that is just reflective of outstanding innovative leadership on the part of the staff there in your school. And congratulations to you as the principal. We do appreciate your service here in all these years, and we wish you well in the future for yourself. You will be remembered well in this district as having accomplished something remarkable for your school.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any other comments? Seeing none, let's continue on.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Thank you, Milan staff. I'd like to, Mr. President, present next some other school site successes. I'd like to ask if I can turn that over to Ms. Reina Sanchez.
All right, Ms. Sanchez?
Mr. President, Board, Mr. Pettis, once again, we have our GCCS school site successes from across the district. Tonight, we will start with Mr. Jaramillo, and the Buccaneers recently had a poetry contest. And Mr. Jaramillo?
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn this over to one of our teachers who orchestrated the poetry contest, Mr. Justopa. I believe you're on.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, board members, Mr. Perez, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. In celebration for April as a poetry month, the ELA teachers of Los Alamitos Middle School had organized a poetry writing contest. And at the end of the month, we came up with one 7th grade winner, one 8th grade winner, and an overall champion for both grade levels. So we're very proud to congratulate the 7th grade winner for the 2022 National Poetry Month Contest of Los Alamitos Middle School. 7th grade winner, Riley Beres. The 8th grade winner is Angeline Collins, and the overall champion for the poetry writing contest comes from the 7th grade, who is Nevea Garcia. Congratulations, and I'm very proud of all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Gestopa. I do believe I saw Riley on.
I believe
Dr. Soto.
Riley and Nevea are both on.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent, Mr. Pettis. My name is Riley Burris. I'm in 7th grade at Los Alamitos Middle School. Now I'd like to take this time to read to you my poem. The Love We Show by Riley Burris. He makes me feel like a shining star. I don't know how, but I feel like I won. He shows much devotion. I love him so. I'm filled with much emotion. When I see him, my heart flutters. I try to find the words to describe it, but I begin to stutter. I just want him to know that he makes me glow. When the world is cruel, he lets me know that he'll always be here to cheer me on, and I know that we will grow with the love we show.
Oh, nice, interesting, very cute.
Thank you.
Mr. Jaramillo, you said that you had one more on?
I believe Nevea, I had seen Nevea Garcia on. I don't know if she's still on.
I'm here.
Hi, Nevea. Nevea, did you want to read your poem?
Hi. Yeah. My name is Nevea Garcia. My poem is about my home. And it's called My Home is Small. I've been there since I could crawl. My home is a city of red and green, and my mom is a chili making machine. The sunset is red, orange, red, and yellow. Now time for a roasted marshmallow. Then I go to bed after I talk with my friend. In the morning I rise to a surprise. Balloons in the air because I'm at the fair. My town may not have it all, but when I'm at home, I have a ball.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And again, we had to judge these poems, and it was very difficult. We had lots of entries for both 7th and 8th grade, but we were really the overall champion Nevea. It really made us think of how lucky we are to have New Mexico as our home. So it really struck a lot of our judges. Thank you, Nevea.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's great to hear students being creative with language, with words, thoughts, ideas. Marvelous. Keep it up.
Thank you, Mr.
And that-
Jaramillo.
Okay, and then I think moving along, I have two other site recognitions. The other one that I want to recognize is last week we inducted a whole lot of new inductees into the National Junior Honor Society. It was one of our biggest inductions that we went back in the book that they signed, and this was definitely one of the biggest ones that they've had probably since 2002. So with that, we had 7 current members who were inducted last year. We had 11 new 8th grade inductees, and then we had 35 new 7th grade inductees. So we have a huge class of National Junior Honor Society students. Again, they have to meet rigorous expectations and behavior expectations to join that society. And we're happy that we have such a huge group this year that we were able to induct. And then one of our last school site successes that I want to bring to the board members is we had a robotics team join the Robotics Expo Challenge, which was sponsored by the Air Force Research Lab. And with that, our team of Ethan Garcia, Eli Pena, and Juan Magana, they scored 19th out of 30 teams who competed with several other teams from different middle schools across the state. And then they also took second place in the question and answer bowl, which was a question and answer, kind of like a game show quiz that was quizzing them on their robotics knowledge. So really happy with that, with those students as well. With that, I think that's all of my school site successes at Los Alamitos.
Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo.
Board members, comments? I zoomed on the National Honor Society, and let me tell you, there were a lot of kids. And that was really refreshing to see that there were so many students who were excelling academically, and we wish to extend our appreciation to staff and to parents and to the students who are involved. It'd be great to have a robotics demonstration here at some point in one of the board meetings. So keep that in mind next year.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. Next up, we're gonna invite Mr. Widener and Ms. Jackie Jones. We have some big baseball success here.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, community members, Mr. Superintendent, and community. It's my honor to share some of our school site successes. I won't take too much time tonight. As you know, our year is winding down and we have lots of events and activities going on. Last board meeting when I was here, I was rushing out to go to a baseball game. And we had a very successful baseball season. 2 of our baseball coaches are here tonight, Walter Saraceno, Mike Furby. Grants High School made it the furthest in state baseball that they've ever made throughout the history of the program. We had a round 1 game that we won last week. And then we moved on to state play in Rio Rancho. Unfortunately, we were defeated by the Aztec Tigers. And so, but we made it through round 1, we went on to round 2, and so we had an excellent baseball season.
Coaches, would you stand up? Yeah.
Our next slide, we have several slides here.
I want to add, and Mr. Saraceno, I'm sure doesn't want me to add this, but Coach Walter Saraceno was selected by District 405A as the baseball coach of the year in our district.
All right.
And continuing on, we've had lots of different pockets of success. Our track team, our track students were very successful, went to state track meet last weekend. We had a Medley Relay team that was very highly successful. They got to state, they ended up 8th overall. And so the students that were on the Medley Relay team, the female students are there in the picture. The young man that's in the picture as well, he ran the 3600, 3200. And I don't know how you did that. 13th,
Yes.
13th overall.
And then those same 4 girls, I believe, actually set a new school record in the 4x8 when they went to the meet at Bloomfield. So they had a very successful season. So they have school record and then placed in state.
We're very proud of them. 2 of the young ladies there are our retired news anchors for Angry Jack Productions. They do the daily announcements every day, and they're graduating, and they're going to keep running at college. They've signed with colleges, so.
Yeah, IESA will be running for the College of Southern Nevada in Las Vegas, Nevada. And Skylar Charlie will be running cross country for Fort Lewis College. So they're both.
Very proud of them.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, good job.
We also implemented a new program, a partnership with Nmsu. We hired an employee this year who would come in and work specifically with dual credit and success in our dual credit. We've worked with Dr. Toy Bannon a lot, and we really wanted our students to be successful in the dual credit program. We hired Nikki Saraceno in this position. She has done a great job. We have a 96% success rate with dual credit classes this year. And so we're really finding that that's a great thing. As you know, part of the graduation requirements is that one of the graduation requirements is that you take a dual credit class. And so we want our students to be successful. We want them to earn those credits. And then when they get to college, they're in good standing and ready for success. Congratulations to Nikki on her 96%.
Fantastic.
Finally, we have a student that we want to recognize. A young man that was he was here 2 board meetings ago and was talking about the grill that they had built with Mr. Lundstrom.
Right.
Martin Saavedra is a team roper, and he is a world champion team roper. He won a pickup, he won saddles, he won cash prizes and scholarships, and Martin actually just received his pickup 2 weeks ago, $80,000 truck. And so he's a CTE student, he's highly successful in the CTE programs, and so we wanted to recognize Martin for his success.
And he is one of our students that's helped put the senior banners up along 2nd Street, so he's been helping with that project.
Cool.
Last night, we had our National Honor Society induction. We inducted 17 students, academically prepared, our higher students into the NHS. We haven't had an NHS program for the past few years because we had a hard time getting an advisor, and then the pandemic came. So we're really glad to be putting some rigor into that program, be bringing that program back. It's an excellent nationwide program for kids, and so we're excited to have NHS. Tonight we have a band concert, and so I'll be sneaking out shortly. And I was telling Ms. Sanchez, I have updated the spreadsheet that you all have with our graduate numbers. We're working. We keep pulling kids across that line. We're gonna have a great graduation on Friday night, May 20th.
Awesome.
And we're graduating, as of right now, 166 class of 22 seniors.
Good job.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, guys.
Very good.
I don't know if Mr. Sanchez made it on. And so I'm gonna go ahead. They did have some spring sports success. Golf, they had district runner-up. Track, they were district runner-up. Baseball, district runner-up, and softball, district runner-up. It's like they're this close, every sport that they were in there. Tomorrow night, Ms. Seneca Riley will have her welding showcase. And so we've been seeing a lot of success from her class. I've got to see examining student work with the instructional coach with her class there. And so tomorrow night at Laguna Acoma High School, they're gonna have a showcase for the welding program there. And then the senior class had their class of 22 color run, sponsored by Laguna Behavioral Health. Laguna Behavioral Health has been working with Laguna Acoma High School and junior high school through several different things throughout the year. And so they donated shirts for the school for all of them as well. And then they had a signing. Aiden's Chamaya signed with Northern Vermont University to play golf with them in the fall. Yes. And so we're very proud of Aiden as well. I don't think Aiden is on tonight either.
Amazing.
Next up, we have Early College High School.
Hi, good evening, Mr. President, Superintendent, members of the board. Thank you for this time to talk about Early College High School. A lot of this you already know, so I won't go too long.
Tell us again.
We were able to have our first student receiver associates, Ms. Danielle Tena, on May 6th. Some of us were at that ceremony. Ms. Tena represented our school and our district well, and we're proud of her. And we're just excited about all the many people that are gonna follow in her footsteps. But we've talked about her already, so we can go to the next slide. So sports, one of the common misconceptions, and there are still misconceptions out there about Early College High School, is our kids don't play sports or don't do this and don't do that. So this is a slide that shows some of our athletes and the achievements they made in their extracurricular activities. They've been successful, we're proud of them, and we support them. And we actually use the word promote. We want students to be involved with extracurricular activities, and those activities are always an option at Early College High School. So this is a variety of things. Why do you call it Spring Fling Dance a success? I don't know, but you pulled it off. So we're doing a lot of firsts. We had our first dance. Next year, hopefully we'll have the junior senior prom and all that stuff. We have monthly student activities, includes poetry slams, multicultural celebration, movie nights, and pictures of some of those activities. So every month we try to do something with the students, and that's just a short snapshot of some of those activities. Okay, so about recruitment, it was mentioned, we've had a very successful recruitment year. We went to all the feeder schools in the area, including the non-GCCS schools. We're talking Haku Academy, we're talking Laguna Middle, we're talking St. Teresa, Los Alamitos, Laguna Acoma. And so we have interviewed and selected, and 23 students have indicated their intent to enroll in our school next year, which is a full class, 23 incoming. And that, we're really proud of that. We talked about our dual credit success. And I just gotta mention, just for everybody's clarification, for a student that takes a dual credit class at New Mexico State University, they need an A, B, or C to pass. A D and an F, well, I should say a D at the New Mexico State is not a passing grade as it is in the public schools. So in order to pass, they need A, B, or C. Not, a D doesn't cut it. Now, one reason for that success, we have one of our teachers, Ms. Bonnie Behill, every week she meets with every student in person to discuss their progress in their classes. And we feel that has made a tremendous difference in our success rate. And I'll just say one more thing about success rates. How we calculate success rates is successful completion of the course. Now, there could be some different ways people do it, and I know there are. And so all high schools, including ours, sometimes at the end of the semester, the students withdraw from that class. Now, sometimes there's good reasons for our students to withdraw, because what happens is that then they don't they don't have a D or F on their transcripts that affects their GPA. We calculate the withdrawals as non-successful completers because we don't feel they successfully completed the class if they withdrew from it. So if we take away the withdrawals, our, if you want to call it that way, our success rates is in the 90s. We only had one student get an F. We only had 4 students get a D, but we had more students withdraw. That affects our rate. Now, we count those as non-successful completers. You know, I don't want to get technical, but I just want to point that out. So when you talk about success rates, you have to remember, are you talking about withdrawal students or not? That's a big factor in this. Okay, I think that's it. Is it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we had that, April 19th, we had leaders from around the state and New Mexico PE department come to our place. We hosted them. They toured our facilities, both our facility and New Mexico State facilities. You know, we had a day of working together. We worked on a digital assets grant that we're rolling out and things like that. And it was a great day, good experience, and it was very well received by the statewide leaders across the state with the early college high school programs and the New Mexico Public Education Department. So we pulled that off and we're glad we did.
Questions?
Board members, comments, questions? That is a nice sampling of the things that you're doing over there at the early college high school. And I remember being at the graduation.
Yes, sir.
And so that was very remarkable to see an individual come out of the program.
Yes.
And appreciate the efforts on the part of you and your staff.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Next, we have Milan Elementary, Ms. Diarmid.
Hi, Raina, thank you. We already had this slide in our presentation, so if you want to go ahead and jump, thank you. So our after-school drama club has been very successful, and it's provided students with the opportunity to act, sing, and create props and backgrounds for performances. So that is something that our staff has implemented this year, and it's been very successful. Again, we want to highlight our 5th grade students which participated in the Invention Convention. And that was a wonderful job done by the teachers and the students and the parents. And another event we'd like to highlight is that our 6th grade brought the trophy back to Milan Elementary, and they are the 6th grade district track meet champions.
Oh, all right.
And
It's highly coveted.
you could go ahead and go to the next one, Ms. Sanchez. Thank you. Also, other successes we had were the district and state science fairs. The district science fair, we had a first in botany, a first in health and medical. We had a first in environmental, a second in botany, a second in physics, 4th in botany, and 2 students, Harry Lee, who earned a 2nd place medal, and Jaden Carwile earned an honorable mention at the state science fair. I also want to congratulate the teacher and sponsor, Candace Gonzalez, who earned $100 for being an outstanding sponsor. Thank you.
And then next we have Ms. Monica Martinez, Cabero Elementary.
Good evening, school board and Superintendent Mr. Pettis. Cabero Elementary, is training new teachers. We would like to congratulate Ms. Jordan Kemp, Ms. Kayla Salazar, and Felicia Vallejos. Jordan Kemp started at Cabero as a substitute, then moved up to an educational assistant, and just completed her student teaching at Cabero. She has been out there for 7 years. We had Ms. Kayla Salazar was our student teacher in 1st grade this year. And Ms. Felicia Vallejos, she started as an educational assistant for 13 years in our district, and we were lucky enough to have her as our student teacher in 4th grade. We are so proud of all 3 of them, and they are going to be amazing teachers. Thank you. We are excited for them.
Fantastic. Thank you, Monica.
And finally, we have a student to be recognized by Miss Alexandra Barella at Mount Taylor.
Yeah, hi, Ms. Barella. I want to recognize Mr. Aiden Perez. He's in my 3rd grade class. And we're recognizing him for having awesome development, outstanding hard work, dedication throughout this year. We all know that COVID has had a really big impact, on our students and teachers and basically everyone. And it just really shows how students can just persevere and go through it all. And, every year was a little hard. Last year was rougher than normal. So, students are coming in not used to school and just a little bit more timid, I guess you could say, and shy. And having Aiden in my class has really brought that out of him fully. He very much came in to class very shy and, unsure if he was making the right choices and doing the right things. And as we have progressed over the year, he has just really came out of his box. His developments, his assessments, everything has just been blowing out of the water as he is getting back to, I guess you could say normal school life and really being able to have this very positive outlook. And it really shines brightly in our class and against all the other students. It really brings just a positive outlook to our class. And I just wanted to really show that he has thrived greatly throughout the year. So I just want to give a big congratulations to him as he has developed impressively over the year.
Miss Barella, is Aiden on tonight?
I believe he is on with his mom.
Aiden, are you there?
I think he was on with his mom, Samantha, earlier, but I'm not sure if I see them on right now.
Okay.
Oh, we're not
No, I
so
don't
good.
think so. I think they might have left.
Well, actually, if you use this as a mirror of you, this is actually a reflection of your hard work, your dedication, your effort to have him grow and improve personally and academically every day. That's what you are all about. And I want to thank you for doing the work that you're doing with this young man. 3rd grade is a powerfully important grade. That's
It
when
absolutely is.
when they move through into the world of more complex reading, so
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so
congratulations
much.
to
Thank
you and
you.
to him and his parents. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And that is our school site successes for.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Perez, Facility Master Plan.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board. Next up, we have Mr. President, C, Career Technical Education. And I'd like to share with the board our progress, the development of the investment and all the hard work that's gone into developing a good CTE program for the district-wide. And we do this in anticipation to get the board approval for for all the work at an upcoming board meeting. So with that, I asked some of the folks involved to give us an overview of where we're at with the career technical education work that's been and has been done and been going on for quite some time this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sanchez.
Oh, I see. Apologize, I didn't see that. Great.
Mr. President, Mr. Pettis Board, I have Mr. Gonzalez here, Mr. Hawkins is here, Dr. Matt Williams is here, he's hiding behind the board. Do we have any other CTE teachers that I can't see behind? I think it's just the 3 of you. Okay. And some of these are teachers at our high schools that are going to be teaching these courses. And so I invite them to chime in when they have something to add that I miss here. So just a reminder that our vision for CTE is for every student to have clear access to a clear pathway to post-graduation. And these pathways are built with student goals in mind. And so the certifications, the associate's degrees, the other college courses, all of these are optional and in addition to obtaining their high school diploma. And so Dr. Williams shared this with me, and I think it's a perfect model of what we want to do for our students in GCCS and when we're looking at CTE. And so we know that through talking with other teachers that teach CTE in other districts, other teachers that participate in dual credit, that the most successful model for dual credit is students taking those courses at the high school that they're at. So having teachers that are certified to teach the dual credit course and to teach the high school course is the most successful model, and that's what we're working towards. And if you look at this model right here, this takes from the left of the model all the way to the right. It's a progression, and so this takes all of the efforts that we have here with the high school of maintaining just a high school diploma and then adding all of the additions to it that our students are looking for, the classes that our students are looking for, the resources that our students need to move them forward into these post-secondary aspirations that they have. So at a previous meeting, we had said that these were our next steps. We said that we would build district learning plans, review professional development resources, supplies, and equipment needs, and then we would present those needs to the school board. And we are here tonight to share some of that progress with you. And I do want Mr. Gonzalez or Mr. Hawkins, if you've been in the process with Dr. Williams, to build your DLP. So we have district learning plans for ELA and math that we implemented this year. And Dr. Williams is building these learning plans with the teachers hand in hand. In one case, as we presented the DLP to all teachers, secondary level in the fall, some of our CTE teachers are like, wait a minute, I want one. And so Chef Downing, for example, started making her own district learning plan out of the standards that she has for culinary arts or for her ProStart program. And so these are the DLPs that you have with you tonight. So the teachers haven't, I just told Ms. Lundstrom that the teachers haven't even got to see the final published piece. They have the draft version that they have in their email still. And so this is a final published piece of 3 of the many DLPs that have been built with the teachers' input. And so we've blocked out time with Dr. Williams for the teachers to be able to go through and look at these district learning plans, look at the progression of the standards. Sometimes the state doesn't have standards for these, and we're searching for standards, and we're finding standards that match what we want for our students and the outcomes that we want. Dr. Williams, do you want to speak to that at all, or Mr. Gonzalez?
Sure.
I know this has been quite a process.
Members of the board, Mr. President, Superintendent, and community. So working on standards for dual credit, or not dual credit, for CTE has been quite eye-opening that the state has so few standards. And so I even have a meeting with, and Raina and Ms. Sanchez and I have a meeting with the head of College and Career Bureau for the state of New Mexico on Friday to kind of talk about what we're doing. I've reached out with the permission of your leadership to North Dakota, South Dakota, Nevada, Utah, because they're a little bit ahead of New Mexico with regards to their CTE standards. Gotten permission from them to use their standards for your district. And so in a lot of ways, your district are using standards that have already been proven in other states. And now the teachers, I've talked to the teachers about this, and they're like, yeah, this is nice. So now we know where we are, what we're doing, and how it all goes together. One thing that the state does have, and this is a national push, is Cte General Standards. And as we talked to the business leaders in last semester, they keep on saying soft skills. The people that you're pushing out of high school do not have the soft skills to come in and be just employees. And so the CTE General Standards are those soft skills. And so I've taken what the state has given, which is a plethora from 7th to 12th grade, and not saying if they're 7th or 12th or anywhere in between. And I've kind of chunked them, and I've worked with the teachers to say, hey, this is how you can use them. What goes in 7th grade, what goes in 8th grade, what goes in 11th and 12th grade, and said, okay, and if you look at your DLP, you'll see kind of like the outline of the year. In the very beginning is foundations to be an employee. Next is, what is next, Vance?
Being an effective employee.
Being an effective employee.
Working with others.
Working with others, and then entering the workforce. And so every DLP for every CTE course will have this piece to it, where the students are growing as they become employable and working towards that level. I just had a ball working with staff, talking to them, picking their brains, saying what makes sense, where does it make sense, which quarter does it make sense, to what grade level does it make sense to be teaching what content in different areas. And we've had some great walks down into different areas where your district is going. And I'm gonna just push it over to you, Ron, because I know that you're excited about what you're doing, and same with you. Please bring it out and talk about this. One thing that I see is that teachers are very, very pleased in the direction of CTE and what's possible, and having a DLP to have guidance, to have consistency from one high school or one middle school to another high school and middle school, so that if students transfer, they are not missing the boat at all within their coursework, and they're not like starting in a new program. It's people being on the same page with respect to their learning. And
Okay, I'll go. Sorry. My name is Mr. Gonzalez, everybody, and I am currently mass media and ELA instructor at Grants High School. And I won't keep you long, except to say that I am really excited for these pathways. And Matt, Dr. Williams just a moment ago said teachers are happy, and there's a reason for that. It's almost as if a door has been opened for us and said, hey, you really like this, don't you? Well, how about you help us build what you want to teach, and how about you help us build the way you want to teach it, and how about you tell us at what pacing you want to do this? So quite naturally, who would not be just so excited about the opportunity? And so that's kind of where I stand. I want to compliment really the process, because it started with Ms. Jones and I in a room with Dr. Williams, and then it progressed from there to, there was just this swell, this build of all these things that just increased the excitement and lowered my ability to sleep at night, but that's okay. In fact, Dr. Williams even took time out of his day. I think it was supposed to be a 1-hour meeting at a post-production studio in Albuquerque, and we ended up staying 3 hours, and we just couldn't, you should know that I'm just incredibly excited, and whatever roles each individual board members play in this whole process, understand that I am through the roof with excitement, and I cannot wait to just get started. It seems we've been doing this for years already at Grants High School, broadcasting and all these things, but it almost seems like it's a new start, and it almost just, I keep coming back to that word, excited, but I just can't wait to crank out some more, great communicators into the world and into our community, and this board, Dr. Williams, Ms. Sanchez deserve a lot of praise for helping that process along. Thank you.
So he mentioned that they went to go visit a studio in Albuquerque, and so Dr. Williams set that up, and they went and talked, and they were going to see the setup and talk to them about outcomes and what they need to see in students that are coming out of school. And so that partnership was built, and we're really excited about that. And Dr. Williams has said that they're willing to come here to our school to see what the space looks like, to see how we could outfit our space to look like their space, so that we can produce students that would be able to go and work in their setting. And so that's really, really exciting, and those partnerships are are very, very important to the whole process.
And they're very excited to partner for internships, summer internships, and give any wealth of knowledge that they have to the teachers and work with students. They're stoked.
Others?
So,
Other testimonials?
do you want to go now? Go for it.
My name is Zachariah Hawkins. I've been a teacher for 11 years, and this is my first year here. Before I came here, I was teaching in Texas. And when I first got here, I was very terrified for the school because there was no district learning plan for science. And apparently we're going to be implementing that next year. And I really hope the board pushes that Dr. Williams is in charge of that. It's really scary not having a district learning plan because, like Dr. Williams said, if a kid comes from like Laguna Acoma High School and then comes to me, they're learning something totally different. And I can't even necessarily collaborate with the other teachers that are teaching the same subject. And it's really, really scary. But other than that, I'm very excited for next year. I believe I'm teaching anatomy and physiology and medical terminology. And I thought it was really great that he's included the stakeholders, the teachers, in making decisions. And it's been amazing. I actually got to say what was important, help align standards and everything. And it's been really nice. And the equipment that we're ordering, that hopefully the board approves, is going to be really, really amazing to the students here. Like, unbelievable. I don't think any high school probably in the state will have anything like this. They're going to learn how to copy DNA through PCR. They're going to learn anatomy and physiology from a table that universities have, be able to do dissections, all kinds of incredible things. One thing I'm actually going to teach them too is how to take a CAT scan and turn it into a printed 3D model, things I already know how to do. So I can't wait to share that. But thank you for y'all's time.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I hope you can feel the excitement from the teachers.
I don't know what he said. I mean, the professions that you guys are representing, development has occurred, and our kids need to tap into that.
I know this one's kind of hard to see. It's pretty small, but
Any other teachers?
we don't. These are our pathways, and within these pathways, the columns are the programs of study. And so we've built out what this should look like from 7th grade to 12th grade. And then at the very end, at the very bottom, we have all of the achievements that they can earn. And like we said, these are additional to their high school diploma. And so it really depends on the student and what their goals are to do, and the certifications, the associate's degrees, the goals towards a bachelor's degree and beyond are attainable here. We said that the next we would review professional development resources, supplies, and equipment needs. And so we have teachers that are attending conferences, workshops, and trainings. We have some going to national conferences. We have some that are going to in-state conferences. We have some that just want to do some online learning and some certification there. Resource lists are being built. I think this is the best part for some of our teachers. They get to look and make their wish list, make exactly what they want and what it to look like. But we're not just doing that kind of on the fly. We're really consulting with people that know. So they met with the people that are in the industry that have the end product of what we want. And so we're looking for the best for our students, as Mr. Hawkins said. And the equipment lists are ready for ordering. And so some of the examples of the state-of-the-art resources are one that Mr. Hawkins mentioned, which are virtual dissection tables. And so these tables have 4 cadaver examples on them. And so they're able to basically peel back layers on these for anatomy and physiology, for the medical terminology class. And like he said, some of the colleges around don't even have these tables. Nmsu grants does not. And so this is something that we will have that will be useful for the community. Ebooks for the anatomy and physiology that are really cool. Matt had to say, okay, Raina, we're moving on, get off the ebook, because I'm looking through it and I'm like, look, you can turn this heart all the way around on your Chromebook, things like that. The welding and fabrication equipment, we're talking about welding simulators, so we're not using so much on supplies every single time that they weld. 3D printers and CNC machines, the culinary arts equipment, video and audio production equipment, greenhouse and agriculture for hands-on learning, and some renovations to and construction to accommodate CTE with those buildings. Just to remind everyone, we have the pathways here: agriculture, education, health science, manufacturing and business, science and technology, vocational trades, and performing arts. And so we're talking with some of the manufacturing and business, some of the latest that's come up is that CNC machine. The water, remind me what it's called exactly?
Water cutter.
The water cutter. It's got the laser in the water. It's got to produce these parts and machine them through the machining class and the welding class. We have, like we said, the education class is looking for some, they're really shopping for a classroom so that they can show kids what it looks like to, show our students what it looks like for kids in a classroom, to build that classroom, to show them how to do different things, to structure the play, to do those kind of things. All the way around, we're just really looking to vamp up what we have and what's available to our students. Some of the partnerships that we've built, we have a really strong partnership with Nmsu. I know Dr. Trevanan wanted to get on tonight, but she was called to Nmsu Las Cruces, and so she was going to try to get on there, but she didn't know if she would make it to Las Cruces in time. Also, our local businesses, our city and county leaders, our tribal offices, and then we have had meetings with Acoma Department of Education, and we plan to with Laguna Department of Education to get some of our summer internships put together. Additionally, on May 26th, we have invited our local leaders, our business owners, anybody that is employing in the area to the Grants High School Library from noon until 2 o'clock so that we can do some partnering with them. How can we partner with them to make sure that we are giving them what they need in employees, and also what can they do for us and the means of internships. I've talked to Cte General Hospital, and they're open again for student interns, for shadowing, for things like that. So that's exciting. And then hopefully, this was our biggest group the last time that we had our partnership meetings, and so we hope to grow that even more. And so we're sharing with the Economic Development Group and with, like I said, our local leaders. And finally, our student organizations are a strong part of how our students are able to put into practice, or for fun for our students to be able to show what they know through all of this. And so we're looking at DECA. We already have a group that went to the national conference this year for that. Educators Rising, we have one going to a national conference this year for Educators Rising. The Future Health Professionals, the HOSA, FFA for Agriculture, Skills USA for Workforce and Leadership in all areas. TSA, we actually have Skills USA, we have a meeting with them next week. TSA, Technology Student Associations for STEM. Our MESA program, we're incorporating MESA classes, not just an after-school program anymore, and so we can strengthen that at the middle school and the high school levels. And then the Supercomputing Challenge for computational science projects. And so, go ahead, Matt.
A couple of things. So when I've been working with the teachers and talking about the progression of courses and how they all stack together, and the DLPs, and how they're building the skills of the students, I've pushed all the teachers to think, okay, I want you to think 4 years. I want you to think where you're going to take your program in 4 years, and in your third and fourth year of your program, students should be entrepreneurial in their approach. In the classroom, it should be entrepreneurial. Two, at that point, because we know funding is limited, and as the years go by, certain funding dries up. So teachers need to be able to build programs that allows their students to be entrepreneurial and bring funding back into their program. I've worked down in Berlin for many years, and their wood shop would build district cabinets and build different things for the district or different entities in the community, which would then fund all the wood that they would use. And so I've pushed the teachers to think, okay, you get kids that are learning basic concepts, and then they get to their third and fourth year, like the welding program. By that fourth year, they are generating product. Now, how can you flip that around so that those students can generate product for income back for the program? And so it becomes a self-sustaining program. So if you need to go buy another CNC machine, you are having a program that is funding it and being self-sufficient to purchase a CNC machine. So that is one push, and a lot of the teachers are kind of scratching their head going, yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. That would be fun. Students would be engaged. Students would really like that kind of stuff. And what it does is it builds a skill. And I know that the region here is pushing entrepreneurship just like every other region, but that's one of the items in the Perkins focus is entrepreneurship. And so that allows students to gain that skill, walk out and go to college and be an entrepreneur at the same time. Go into a trade school and be an entrepreneur at the same time, or just flat out go out and be an entrepreneur in this global economy and live in their backyard and produce product for people in Asia or wherever they could sell their goods. So that's a push. And also I've pushed the teachers by placing those student organizations as courses like MESA or Supercomputer Challenge or FFA, pushing those as classes where teachers are teaching these concepts in the classroom, and then it becomes an after-school program. They become highly competitive in the state and in the nation when they could compete. I know this because I've done this. If you don't have a class in the regular day, you do not become competitive in the state and national level as you could. So that's another element where I think would tell me the success of your CTE program is how many kids are in Skills USA at a national level, rocking it, earning scholarships, getting all kinds of tools and equipment for their own personal use. That would be true success in it. And did you want to speak at all about the partnership with the Casey Foundation or the Annie Casey Foundation? Michelle Starnes, did you want to talk about that?
Yes. So Michelle Starnes is someone that we had worked with previously through PED and in different programs. She worked with us with High School Redesign and a couple of others, and she's moved on to Johns Hopkins University, and she's working with a program with an organization that takes and looks at programs, and so like ours, our CTE program, and analyzes that and follows our student progress, follows our students after graduation to see what they're doing and how they're doing, and it really is basically evaluating our program and letting us know how we're doing with employability, with post-secondary education, with how many of our students have completed 2-year degrees or 4-year degrees or onward. And so we're in talks with her also about how we can have them evaluate our program. Is there anything you wanted to add to that? So we do have a component on it that's gonna monitor and let all of us know and give us some feedback and some data on how well our program is faring. It's a lot, but we're very, very excited, as you can probably see.
Board members, comments?
I think it's great. I think that's something that we've been wanting to see for a long time, so I think that's great.
And he's been a businessman.
Yeah. Well, I hired a lot of high school
He
kids.
knows the
so-
kids, he knows the community, he's seen what's going on in our communities. It is more than just the goal of the students, it's the goal to have these small communities survive. That's your responsibility. That's our responsibility. Grants must survive. We must do more. All these small communities, they deserve high schools that are gonna do the job. And I think that's gonna be refreshing for them to hear when you meet with them, to say, we wanna know what you guys think about what we're doing, and really build that out, because they need to believe that our high schools are gonna get it done. That our communities must be served well by the professional staff that are here. And we appreciate all of you guys being enthusiastic about it. It's the only way you can be.
thank you both for being here. Thank you, Mr. Navarro. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Rob.
It's amazing. Mr. Pettis, let me see where we're at.
See.
What time is it? 7? Oh, the sun is still up, surprised. Mr. Pettis, we have C, Facility Master Plan and MSBA Policy Service Advisory. Do you wish to continue with those?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Board, I'd like to next, there was the, we talked a little bit about our facility master plan, and now we've had a couple of meetings and things seem to be moving along pretty solidly. And there was a request to put a name to the face and maybe get a few words from Ms. Martinez. And she can just speak a little bit about where we're at in the process and how it's going to look for the next few months. So welcome, Ms. Colleen Martinez.
Thank you, Superintendent Bettis and Board President and members of the board. Happy to be here. We were brought on board by the district back in late March. We've had one meeting with the committee so far. We are going to have another meeting next week. We've also, a few weeks ago, went through majority of all the schools except the high school. Right now, we went through Laguna Acoma Middle High School. We went through all the elementary schools and Los Alamitos Middle School. So we've gone through and done facility assessments. We're in the process of compiling facility needs for each one of those campuses, which does take a little bit of time, and then assessing that against work orders and other facility needs. And one of the things that we're going to be working on over the summertime, as schools are let out and it's harder to get people to meet, is we're going to be working on putting together the demographics, the local area demographics and enrollment projections as well. We've already started some preliminary looks at that, but we're going to be developing that more. And just a little bit about our company, Visions and Planning. We've been around now on our 12th year. We've done facility master plans across the state, educational specifications. And so we're very, very well versed in the educational environment. I just want to say that I was very excited to hear about your CTE programs. I just recently attended a conference week before last, and that's why I'm all congested still. And the Association for Learning Environments is an organization for educators, school districts, architects, planners that all come together and look at the most upcoming events and trends in education and how to match facilities with your programs. And I do have some other resources if y'all need some of them. I heard mentioned by Dr. Williams about looking to Nevada and Colorado and stuff. And there's 2 school districts up in Colorado that have just done a phenomenal job with CTE programs that you may want to take a look at. And I have the contact information for those people if you guys are interested. And we'd be happy to help you with that. And we toured a whole bunch of CTE, our primary focus through that conference was CTE. So as we do the facility master plan, that's where some of those needs are going to come into play, looking towards the future over at the high school, at both high schools. And I don't know if there's anything else, if you have any questions or anything else like that, but we're just happy to be working with the district.
Board members, comments? Mr. Lee, any thoughts?
And yeah, Mr. President, I just wanted to say that before Mr. Lee jumps on, is I have to acknowledge the leadership of Mr. Vance Lee throughout the whole process. He actually organized all of this and put the teams together and has planned and scheduled and has put a lot of work into getting where we're at with the facility master plan. So I have to acknowledge his work here. Mr. Lee, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there on you.
No, not at all. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Pettis. Yeah, our facility master plan was coming due at the end of this year, and I thought it was important that we got started on the new one. Things like these, you'd rather have them done early than be scrambling on December 25th trying trying to put together something for the PSFA and something for the district that's a good document to use for future planning, future construction, and it impacts our bonding and SB 9 and all of the funding that we use as well. So we anticipate that a lot of the work will be done through the summer, and then you will probably have a document to review into the fall sometime, and to review and approve and have it ready to go for the upcoming calendar year, actually. So.
Board members, questions, comments? If there is work to be done this summer, then we would appreciate an update so that we can have an idea of what activity is going to be going on with respect to the master plan. So when we get into the beginning of the school year, we can already be at it, and because it's going to come fast, 3 to 4 months, and we need to ensure that we reflect all of our aspirations for our facilities and do all the things that we need to do. But thank you very much. We will probably recess this meeting and bring it back to the next meeting, so don't worry about that. I'm just kidding. But we, as a note from myself, I don't know about the other board members, but we do extend our congratulations for being able to find to have a school district to consider you to be as equally valuable as you have been to us. And we wish you and your family well, and we hope for great success for you. And we do regret that you're leaving, because you did fulfill your work in very difficult, challenging times. As you know, you can just go back and think about the years of COVID and all the unexpected kinds of decisions on technology that had to be done that had never been done before. The enormous expenditures of funds to address, to cope. Just hard for us to fathom how we made it through, but with your support and your technical expertise, we were able to get through this. So, we do appreciate you and wish you well.
Thank
you. Yes. Mr. Perez. Thank you, Colleen Martinez, for presenting, and it's pretty evident that you have the professional expertise, the background, and are familiar with all that a facility master plan is meant to be, and we are looking forward for your efforts to produce a plan that we will be proud of in the years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, board, thank you, everyone. The next presentation is it's actually a first read for the New Mexico School Board Association Policy Service Advisories. We have some advisories for you to review, numbers 229 through 232. And Ms. Salazar, I don't know if you're on or not.
I'm here, Mr.
Okay, all right. I do want to give just a brief overview of what the board will be looking at to review in anticipation of approval at the next board meeting.
I would be pleased to present our policy advisories. We have a total of 4 new policy advisories. 3 actually are new sections to policy, so those will be new sections. So on policy advisory number 229, the disposition of school facilities to charter school, it is a completely new section that will be added or is advised to be added to our policy. And it asks the public schools to develop a facilities prioritization plan and notify charter schools located within the district of land and facilities available for lease and lease purchase. Our policy advisory number 230 is an equal employment opportunity, our GBA policy. And that's an amendment section which expands the scope of the equal employment opportunity mandate
and it's going to be consistent with our protected categories listed in the New Mexico Human Rights Act. Our policy 231, our GCIA, Teacher Residency Program, is a completely new section, and this section is going to implement provisions of the Teacher Residency Act. And the new law provides a full-year guided apprenticeship with teachers in the classrooms of level 2 and level 3 teachers. And stipends will be offered to teachers along with the supervising teachers, administrators, and a program coordinator. And the resident shall receive, of course, the sponsored district mentoring and professional development that comes along with that. And the teacher resident must make a commitment to 3 years of teaching with the sponsoring school district. Our last policy advisory 232, GE, it's a retiree return to work. It's a new section. And they are allowing our retirees to sit out for 90 days and come back to work to address some teacher shortages. And they can come back to work for no longer than 36 months. Consecutive months, so 3 years. So Dr. Guyan Chambo, if you would be interested in any positions with the district, I would be more than happy to have a discussion, in any of you that have teaching licenses that have retired.
Too long ago. I can't think of myself getting into the classroom again, although I'd love to do that.
And so those are the 4 policy advisories that they are advising that we do adopt.
Board members, any questions about these? If not, you can, if you have any questions later on, you can talk to Mr. Perez or Ms. Salazar about any of these, but they seem to be sort of routine. We're now down to Mr. Perez, down to action items.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Board, the first action item is a consideration of approval of the open meetings resolution and the Grand Cibolo County Schools 2022-2023 school board schedule board meetings. And President, I recommend that the board approves this action item. If you'd like, I can give a very brief informational on it.
Board members, you see the calendar? Okay. So we're doing the open meetings act resolution. Real quick synopsis, is there anything different than what we've had to address before?
No, sir, Mr. President, the resolution is an annual requirement that we adopt the Open Meetings Act processes and procedures and see that the board is all in line with that. That's the resolution. The calendar is the schedule of board meetings for the 22-23 fiscal year.
Okay. And that's the only okay.
Just one minor correction there. If you look on the first page of the open meetings resolution, where it says met in regular session, the date on there should say March 16, 2022. And that Ms. Lorraine and I, Ms. Sandoval and I have already talked about on the signature page of that. If the board approves this, would be corrected to the March 16, 2022 instead of 21.
Mr. Pettis, I changed that already.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's fine. Okay, is there a motion to approve Open Meetings Act resolution and the school board calendar schedule for 2022-2023? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Ron Ortiz makes the motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Alicia Lestrom. to approve as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Excuse me.
Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
No.
Dr. Guy Archambault.
Yes. B, consideration of approval of the Fine Arts Education Act. Mr. Pettis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board, this is, I do recommend that we approve this action item for the Fine Arts Education Act grant application.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion made by Alicia Lundstrom. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ron Ortiz to approve Fine Arts Education grant application as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Guy Archambault.
Yes. C, consideration of approval of renovation and construction of athletic fields.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board, yes,
Tell us what it's about.
are you ready for
Yes.
next action item?
For you to discuss.
Okay, on the fine arts, yes,
No.
We're already past that.
okay.
I'm teasing you.
Yeah.
I'm moving very swiftly. So we
Okay.
approved the fine arts to,
Yeah, okay. So the next item, I do recommend that we approve this action item, but I would like to say a little bit about this action item because it's a significant one for the community. So we've had a lot of discussion, and I know there's been a lot of need, not only a desire, but also a need in the community to upgrade and put up to date our athletic fields. In this proposal, you'll see that the athletic fields include a total revamp of the boys baseball field, which we've had a lot of issues with the water breakage under the outfield and so on. This would also include a total covering of turf for the softball field for at the Laguna Acoma High School. So we can, we know we have the need there. Right now, there's been some sharing of the boys baseball field, and we already are, as we anticipated, running into some scheduling issues between the boys and girls and so on. And then a big part of this is to build the girls softball field turfed here in Grants so that the girls softball team are no longer borrowing the city's field, but would have one of their own. So those are three pretty major upgrades to the three fields. It serves students of both high schools. It gets us up to date on where we would need to be. I think we should take care of some of the issues for at least 15 years. And it also helps us get in line, very importantly, with Title IX. I think that we need to make sure that our girls have a place they can call their own with the softball fields. So we've had a lot of discussions, brought this to the Finance Committee. And we felt like we wanted to bring this to the board to have the board vote on it. We have had discussion on how this how the prioritization and the use of funds all weighs out as we look at our facility master plans and look at the needs that arise, how we utilize SB9 funds versus this and that. Then, and I think another important point here before I see if Steve and Vance want to jump in, is that we got approval from state to utilize our ARP funds, our CRISA, ARP funds are to utilize that money for this purpose. So with that, I'd like to see if Mr. Maldonado, you might want to add, or I might miss something here.
Thank you very much, members of the board, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent. You know, the state encouraged us to do what's called braiding of funds, where we take some funds from the ESSER funds, other funds from somewhere else, and then use those to weave in different funding sources to accomplish some of the major capital items that we are wanting to do that we wouldn't have an opportunity to do otherwise. So we requested from the PED and received their blessing in order to use the $4 million, almost $4 million in ESSER funds for this project. That frees up other funds that are a little bit more restrictive for us to work on different projects. And so we saw that as just really a fiduciarily responsible approach. So that's why we're bringing it to the board.
Mr. Lee, I know that you were out at the last meeting, but is there anything that we might have missed?
Yeah, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Pettis, in your board packet, there are proposals from Robert Cohen Company utilizing one GPA purchasing consortium, which is a pre-bid organization, much like CES that we are a member of. It is, of course, for Grants High School baseball, Grants High School softball, and Laguna Acoma Middle School, High School softball. With the completion of these projects, all GCCS high school students and student athletes will practice, compete, and engage in physical education on state-of-the-art facilities. These projects will address any equity issues within the district. And lastly, the maintenance and utility costs benefit the district always. Anytime we put down turf, we're helping ourselves from a maintenance and operational standpoint. So I would entertain any questions you might have. You do have those proposals in there.
Board members, Mr. Ortiz?
I have a question, probably for you, Mr. Vance. On the Grants High School baseball field, will we be addressing the bleachers as well as the field? Or is that?
Mr. Ortiz, that is not a part of this scope.
Okay.
We wanted to keep it focused on the
fields.
Fields, yeah,
Okay.
as much as possible. Now, also, and I don't mind, I don't know if you mind, but I brought Robert Cohen Company here. They've come from Albuquerque to give you a brief overview of what those fields would look like. We thought it was important for transparency, and so you know what you're potentially buying. And if you don't mind, I don't think it would take more than 10 minutes. So
I'll make it pass. Yeah, Mr. President and board members, I've got 6 of these, so I'll leave 2 on this side, I suppose. Four. Okay, to plug it up here? Keep on Zoom, see that?
just
or-
need to go and
Does
click
it mean
share
to share?
there. That's already sharing on
great.
these two, but it's not sharing.
Hold
We need to share the screen with everybody.
Can this screen
That's
be?
Mr. Pettis.
Can you see that, Mr.?
No, I don't.
No. So you need to share, we need to share our screen.
Hold on a second. It's out of this phone if you want.
Yeah.
That was the wrong way to do it. I don't see it yet. Let's,
So escape from
We need to escape.
escape from here.
we're getting there.
Share. Where's my options to share screen?
It's gonna be,
Down on the bottom left,
if you move that one up, yeah.
right there. Share screen, the green one.
Yeah.
Now can you see it?
That's the way I asked you.
Yes.
So I'll probably ask one.
All right, I am, I'm Bob Cohen, I'm with Robert Cohen Company. And, it's a little presentation there's no dog and pony show about the, what we proposed for the fields. So, this is our company, it's people who do a very long time, everybody on this picture, which we took about 3-4 years ago, is still with the company, except for one fellow. And, we have a very good spirit, and we take care of our people and they take care of us, and we have a good product as a result. I've been an expert contractor since 1977. I've exclusively been a sport contractor since 96. And we train and promote from within. We don't use subcontractors very often. We do what we do with our own forces. We try to be partners with our customers and not adversarial at all times. And we try to build long-term customer relationships. We go to the next one. Again, I talked a little bit about myself. I'm a certified field builder, certified track builder. I did 3 terms on the board of directors of the American Sport Builders Association, which sets standards for tracks and turf. New tracks, turf, tennis courts, gymnasiums, that sort of thing. Go ahead. Don Eckler is our chief superintendent. He would be the superintendent on your project. He was also the superintendent on the past 2 projects we've done for your district, which is Laguna Acoma High School and Grants High School. Jaime Galvin is our lead turf installer, done many projects, including New Orleans Superdome, Paul Brown Stadium, very highly experienced, and he worked on both of those projects as well, so he's still with us, still our lead installer. Roger Lucero is our safety quality control officer. He's been with me all his life. I don't think he's worked for anybody but me, and he's well into his 40s now. 22 years with the company, 5 years ago. Linda Jones is our accounting and logistics person. Go ahead. We have state-of-the-art equipment. This is a laser grader. We will laser grade the fields again. Just perfect, just very beautiful and gorgeous. We bought 2 of these now, so we can do, we just bought our second one. We can do 2, either twice as fast or do 2 at a time. 2 projects at a time instead of just 1 at a time. Some of our notable projects include Metro State, Roswell Louisville, Lake Havasu High School baseball and softball, Bernalillo High School baseball and softball. This is Los Lunas Badlands. It's a kind of combination softball and soccer field, kind of an interesting little field. And that's of course one of our favorites. It's right on our website. Your football field and your baseball. So here's what we're proposing for the baseball field now. This is what you currently have on the left, and on the right is a little bit of strips, just like we have out at the Laguna Acoma High School. We've got a logo there behind home plate, the pirate logo, and I guess we can move on to the next one. Because that's it larger. This is what we propose. This is what you currently have down at Laguna. It's really not much more than dust. It's a lot of silt, and so we're gonna make it import enough soil to build it up because it's very low, and then I got a Laguna Acoma logo out there also as well. And here's what we're proposing. Okay, that's a larger version of that same field. And then next is what we're proposing to do here at the high school for at Grants High School for the girls softball field. Same size as the Laguna softball field, which is standard good size softball field. We're going to move the bleachers back from where they are currently. The current bleachers, we're going to preserve those and move them back about 10 feet. We're going to build 2 new, we're proposing to build 2 new dugout structures and a new scorer's box, and I'll get into more detail on those. We got to level the site because it's got a pretty steep grade to it, so we'll cut and fill as needed. So you got a level baseball field so the balls don't all drain off to one side. And let's look at that one. So go ahead, Vince.
Now, just real quick for perspective, that's the field between the PAC and the ROTC building. That's the little practice field that they, just
Right back here.
right over here between the 2.
So this is some dugouts that we built out in Los Lunas. And so we were proposing to do something similar to these or identical to these really. It's got a storage room and a player's bench and court. Split face block, decorative block. It's good look. It's nice, fancy. These are the schematic drawings of them. And then this is a scorer's box. Scorer's box so that they can sit there. And this again in Los Lunas, there's 4 fields that were back to back in Los Lunas where we did them, and they were right behind But in this case, our proposal is to put it off to the side on the first base line to go to the next slide. Yes, it's in that area, yes, down there, where your cursor was. We'll put the scores box, actually, it's to the right of that, yes, here it is. That's the scores box and that's the dugout. They share a common wall. This one I think has 2 windows. I think the designer's looking at 1 window. We can work that out as we go along. What's the next one? Keep going. That's another little rendering of it. This is drainage. Felt like we missed one, but this is how drainage typically works in a synthetic turf field. There are collector pipes under the field and surrounded by coarse rock with a fine rock layer on top of that, and the turf sits on top of the fine rock. And water travels vertically through a synthetic turf field into the rock underneath, and it finds its way to these collector pipes and then goes off out of sight to a retention pond or a lower area. So go ahead, next one. So we're proposing to put concrete curbs around all of these fields, perimeter curbs, which is represented by the red line, and then collector pipe systems within them. At the baseball field, we're gonna go out the back left field and across that berm there and into the, is it a row or a wash or something that's down there below. That's our proposal for that one. For the Grants softball field, we've got a little spot out there outside the center field. And our proposal is to channel the water out that way. Again, a concrete curve. Go ahead. You can see on this drawing, go back to that one real quick. You can see on that drawing where the existing bleachers are. So we're gonna move them back towards the building there. Which building is that? Let's see. Is that there right?
The Performing Arts Center.
Performing Arts. So we'll move those bleachers back towards the Performing Arts so we can fit this field in here. We seem like the best fit for the field on this site right there. Okay. This is the Laguna Ackerman. So the low spot is outside of right field on Laguna Ackerman, so we propose to drain this field out that way. Again, having this surrounded with a concrete curve. We're going to cut in a little bit to the road on the left, but I don't believe that's a problem. So the turf, the brand of turf we use is called Sport Turf by Control Products. It is a very high quality turf. The turf encoded in Dalton, Georgia. We use Cte fibers in the turf, which is top of the line worldwide fiber for turf. The manufacturer factory is a very modern plant. In fact, if anybody would like to go on a tour of the factory, we'd love to take people out there and show it to them. And this is how you top turf. This is the factory machine. The fibers, the grass fibers, come through these plastic tubes, those colored tubes, and they go into the loom, I guess you might call it. And they sew the turf. Turfs outlive the warranty. We got a better fiber, stronger backing. We're proposing to use a Fielder's Choice, which is a combination hybrid. It's got a thatch layer within the slip film fibers for very durable blades. It's the same turf we use at Laguna Ackerman, by the way. Third-party Sport Turf, third-party test their turf. Many manufacturers test their turf, but they don't third-party test them. Sport Turf independently tests them. Sports Labs does that work. This is one of the charts that's kind of partly blocked over here, but it shows the performance of the baseball, how it bounces. This is first column on the left is natural grass, then Fielder's Choice, what we're proposing to use, then Powerhouse, which is slightly less expensive. Fielder's Choice has a thatch. Powerhouse doesn't have a thatch, so sometimes we'll combine them. We'll use the Fielder's Choice in the infield and the Powerhouse in the outfield for a little bit of money saving. I think we've got a Fielder's Choice in your whole field in this case, and if you get a chance, it's in the booklet. You can look at the chart here. It shows grass, restitution, energy, return, how the ball skips. The idea is to get it to play just like natural grass, as much like natural grass as possible. That's what Fielder's Choice does. We've sort of, spitballed the construction process. Duration for the construction, what are we saying, Matt? About 19 weeks? 19 weeks. 19 weeks for the softball field at baseball, or the baseball field, probably a little bit more, 21 weeks or so. And also the softball field here at Grants, probably a little bit more, like 21, 23 weeks, something like that. we could probably work 2 of them at a time. We were talking earlier about working the 2 here in Grants at the same time and then moving off over to Laguna. We decided to go forward with the project. And is there anything else? That's it. So if you have any questions, we'd be glad to address them.
Board members, questions?
I just have a question. So with the Grants baseball field, they have dugouts right now, but they don't have a scorer's box. Is the dugouts, are the dugouts going to be replaced?
It's not part of the scope of this.
Not part of the scope at this time. It's the same as the question that was asked with the bleachers. There is a press box existing, but that's something we could look to address in the future. It's a pretty substantial project as it is at $4 million.
And I was just wondering, because the baseball field at the Grants High School is $1,693,000, and then the other ones are lower, so I was just wondering why that would be higher.
He can explain even better than I can, but basically your turf baseball field is twice the square footage as your turf softball field from the perimeter. The reason the Grants High School softball project is more than the Laguna project, Laguna already has dugouts and so we're actually having to do some construction on and fencing. We don't, the project here at Grants High School, we're going from the ground up. I mean, it's an old practice field. Whereas the other 2 facilities already have some structures in place that we'll continue to utilize and of course we'll inspect and if we need to look at that down the road, then that's something that we can do.
So would we be working with them if we were going to add those additional features?
Could, or use, I mean, however you all want to do that. With the scoreboard, and I'll just talk about the scoreboard scenario, we have been working with another company and we're pretty consistent around the board with Grants High School football, Grants High School baseball, Laguna Acoma baseball, and it's a fair play board that we actually use Norcon, New Mexico for those. And so a scoreboard, when we look at that, we might want to stay with the same vendor. But then again, I mean, they do other stuff as well. So that would be a discussion that would need to happen later date.
I'm trying to get clear in my mind what, it's a fantastic opportunity, so we need to do all that we can. And so we need to know what additional things need to be considered.
And yeah, I'll develop that. Okay. I'll develop that list and leave that.
Then we
with
can take
Mr.
a look
Bettis.
at that, see what else, because we were talking about bleachers and you were talking about, and then there's scoreboards and then there's dugouts. We need to put those over here and lay those out and see what we.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think it's just important that we address the fields and the fences and dugouts where needed. And then those other small things, we can definitely have those.
Get them done later.
Those discussions about those. Softball's gonna need a scoreboard, Laguna softball's gonna need a scoreboard. We know that. Laguna softball probably needs a small set of bleachers. Not a big stadium bleacher, but something adequate for the number of fans that they have. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about bleachers here. We're gonna actually alter them because they were purchased a while back and they're not ADA compliant. So we've got a plan within the scope when they move them to address ADA issues and like put a ramp. I mean, it doesn't have a ramp, it has steps on both sides. And so we know, and that was in the actual scope of that you have in your packet.
So, Mr. Perez, what are you seeking? What is the language of the motion?
Okay, Mr. President, Board, I recommend that we approve this action item. That includes the funding as presented in the packet to do all 3 projects as presented this evening.
Let's do a motion unless there's some questions. Then we can finalize any other last minute questions after the second. Are we ready to call for A motion? Is there a
Think so.
motion?
I'll move to approve.
Motion has been made to approve by Ron Ortiz. Is there a second?
My second.
Second by Alicia Lundstrom. Debate, discussion, any final discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
thank you. Richard Jones,
Aye.
thank you. Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Lee.
Yep, thank you.
For the kids.
Okay.
Before you
Come
back.
From Capitan.
And may I pass this, Mr. Perez? Yes, thank you for the presentation by the company. It was very visually attractive and kind of tells us what it is that we're looking forward to. And I'm sure all the students the high school students in both high schools are going to be looking forward to really doing some great game, sports, wins and stuff like that on great fields. And you already have shown your work to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, are we ready to go on to the next one?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board, the final action item is the consideration of approval of the English Language Arts adoption. And I do recommend that we approve this adoption and purchase.
Any discussion?
Mr. Sanchez, you want to?
Sure. Sorry, Carrie, Mr. Pettis Ford. Mr. Carrie is the very last one that's here today, and she's been waiting to present with me on this one. And so I'm sorry it took so long, Carrie.
Well, I could have reversed stuff. I knew she was really interested in the board. Saw her slipping down in the chair. You were anointed. You drew straws. You took the short one.
I kept telling her, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and start by saying that this is a kindergarten to 8th grade adoption for English Language Arts. So the year before last, we did the 9 through 12 adoption for ELA. And so this is just for kinder through 8th, and the way that resources are written are kindergarten to 5th grade, and then they are written for middle school for 6th through 8th grade. And so it's a little bit hard when our students are in 6th grade at the elementary school to kind of divide that up, but it's a transition. And so we wanted to establish a common resource. So we do have our DLP, and that's our curriculum, but we did want a common resource for everyone to use that is up to date, that's culturally relevant, and the PED continues to update their standards on vetting resources and what they should look like for the state of New Mexico. And so we want to keep up with that. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what our process looked like for adoption. And many of you probably saw all of the materials in the hallway here for quite some time that we had the vendors send. And so the instructional coaches had a list and gave me all that the teachers wanted to see or they wanted to see. And so Berna got those vendors ordered all of that so that they had materials to have in their hands, as well as the online version. And so we did a materials review online district-wide. So the instructional coaches and the teachers were able to come up and take pieces with them or whole units with them. They had access to all the online materials as well. And we really looked at a lot of different things there. They had campus level discussions. Then we came back and we would have district level discussions. Then they went back again as the instructional coaches ironed some things out and asked some questions, and had another campus level discussion with their teachers. And then we had a district level final decision, and now we're bringing it to you for approval. And so it's, as you can see, it's a process. And so there was a lot of times that we went back and forth for several weeks at our coaches meeting just because they wanted to have something that was aligned all the way across the district for a common resource for when they're planning or different things, but they also had very good points. The instructional coaches would bring points from the teachers and say, this is what we thought, or this is what one of the teachers brought up, or this is something that this one thought of. And of course, we have our district learning plan, and so we want to make sure that all of this can be brought into our district learning plan. Mr. Gastopa was online. I don't know if he's still online. No. For the middle school. And so Study Sync from McGraw-Hill is the one that was chosen from the middle school teachers and the middle school staff that they looked through. They looked at all the way through the digital library. They looked at hard copies. They looked at all the online options that were available. They liked that it included grammar, language, and composition, so they felt like they needed some more writing support, and that was in there. It had a lot of vocabulary, which we're seeing through the root causes of the elementaries that some of our students are struggling with. And they also really, really liked that it had project-based learning. And so through all of that, they know that they can use their DLP, use the pacing of the DLP that we have, and then they can pull from Study Sync, they can pull lessons that are going to match the standard that they need to teach at that time. When they pull to match that standard, they're pulling so that they can make sure that they're covering what is assessed during that quarter. So whatever those standards are that are assessed during that quarter is what they know that they can pull from this resource. If they don't have a resource through Study Sync for that, they have other resources that they know that they can use. So that was the Study Sync by McGraw-Hill. And for elementary, Carrie, if you want to speak to that since you're here. They chose Savas, which used to be Pearson, My View Literacy.
Good evening to our board president and superintendent, our community members.
I'm sorry, Carrie.
I'll call them back if they.
So finally got a turn. No, I'm just kidding. No, really. So we chose Savas, My View, as our curriculum. And like Raina said, it was a long process of talking to teachers, looking at all the resources. We really ended up going with Savas because of the alignment with the Common Core groups, the digital library that the program offers, and then also we noticed that the standards for science were in there, so we're able to incorporate that with our literacy. And then it's research-based, and it really is easily paired up with our DLP, so we're able to look at the standards that we need to teach and then go ahead and pull sections or units out from that and use it. And so there's one more slide that kind of explains a little bit more about why we picked it. Thank you to Amanda Valdez because she made this slide, and she had a really good point because we really wanted a resource that the teachers could look at the table of contents and say, okay, these are the standards addressed in this unit, and this is how we can tie it into our district learning plan. So that was a big bonus. Also, we really wanted something that had consistent instruction in spelling, word attack skills, and writing, and we felt like this program had all of those components. And so another benefit was that each unit had an essential question at the beginning to engage students with thought-provoking lessons. It supported ELL instruction, which we need in this district. And then also, we were so happy that the way that they approached writing was teaching students to write in response to reading, so that was a big bonus. There's another little picture, I don't know if you can see it, but it talks about the science of reading, and that's a big thing right now, just in all of the research and with structured literacy, which is an initiative with the state. And so this tied into that, meaning that there's explicit instruction in all of the basic skills in reading, paired with strategic instruction, and the outcome of that is that students are automatic readers, which is the end goal. We need them to be automatic readers, and we need them to comprehend what they read. And so all of that tied together is basically why we chose this. And so
Hill, the 6 through 8 resource would cost the district $125,856.98. And the Savas, which is K through 5, a lot more grade levels there, is $341,297.10. And so when we're looking at these, we're looking at a lot of things. And I know that there was some questions earlier about how we're tying CLRE into all of this and the cultural aspect of all of it. The state now, in addition to vetting for Common Core standards, the state has another tool that it uses to vet resources to see how they're culturally aligned to our state and to what the needs of our state are. And so both of these resources have passed with 90% or more for that state resource as well. And so as we asked those questions when we were going through all of the vetting, the resources, they were very quick to answer with. We have added several new Latino, Native American, and other cultural authors to the group. Also stories that are in the study sync. They're called, do you remember what they're called, Carrie? The study sync blasts, I think, or something like that they're called online. And then you can explore by tags. And so you can say Native American authors, and then all of the Native American authors will come up. You can say Latinx authors, and all of them will come up for that. And then sometimes some of our readers just want local authors or things like that. And we've done a good job this year of bringing in local authors. I think you've seen them on our school site successes a few times where we've brought in authors that are from our community and had them read to our students or had them present to our students. And so you can see that we're not just relying on the resource, this resource, but others that we have in our area as well. So do you have any questions for us?
Questions?
I have one. So it says hard copies and online options. So what are we purchasing? Hard copies?
It's a combination.
Combination.
All of the resources that are available that we've reviewed are a combination. It's like a hybrid of both. And so there are the sets of the hard copies that are for the classrooms and the libraries that come with it for the classrooms. And then there's also additional and digital libraries and in the online versions that you can assign in Google Classroom, for example, or you can pull a lesson and present it, things like that. So the last 2 adoptions, I think we've noticed the increase of the online resources, but not just that, but there's not really an option anymore to go one or the other. This is what we have and this is what we present to you.
Any other questions? Comments?
I think it sounds great and it partners with the DLP, like it said, and it sounds teacher friendly. And more importantly, you got the feedback from the teachers, what they want.
It was a process, as you can see, but we've been really excited that the things that the teachers are asking, even Carrie and Monica just went through a root cause analysis last week with for the next coming school year, and something that they brought up that they needed is some time in their PLCs to be able to go through a resource and talk about it with others. And so this and they even mentioned in there that when they're vetting the resources now, they really look for something that is that they can pull for intervention, that they can pull for the DLP, that they can pull when it's time to get ready for an assessment. So things that are versatile, and I think that's what we really focused on at the very end when it was like down to 2 different resources.
Okay, I would be interested in how we roll this out. And I think it's extremely important. It always was. Used to be boxes and boxes and cases of books. We would eventually get lost, have to reorder, and stuff like that. CKLA, wasn't that something we were very enthusiastic about? Okay. I'm looking forward to having our children succeed with our PLCs and with our DLPs and so forth. Call for the motion. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion.
Motion has been made by Alicia Lundstrom. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ron Ortiz to approve the English Language Arts adoption as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. Richard Jones, Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Garashambo.
Yes. Motion carries, and so did the others. Forgot to tell you. Thank you. Well done.
I was gonna try to say that. Thank you.
Don't speak up.
I think we
Hurry, I might ask another question. Superintendent's report, Mr. Perez, you're on.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board. So we have no consent agenda. The superintendent's report, I have, we covered a lot of information this evening, so I don't want to add too much to that. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge, as you know, Ms. Claire DeArmond is going to be leaving the district. We have a few people that I'd like to acknowledge that we're all familiar with. Berna Gonzalez, who we're going to miss a lot as well. But I'd like to take a moment, since Mr. Lee's here and this will be his final board meeting with us, to acknowledge my appreciation for him and his work. And I really enjoyed working side by side with him for the last 3 years. It's been 3.5 now, and worked well together. I know that I don't want to say congratulations or condolences on your new position with the Capitan schools. I know you're going to do well there. Mr. Lee comes with a wealth of experience in a lot of different areas, leadership and school side leadership, et cetera, a lot of experience with dealing with the state and PSDOC and PSFA and bond funding, and a lot of expertise that we were able to take advantage of over the last few years. And appreciate your work, Mr. Lee, and I'll be able to talk to you in person some more after this. But I did want to make this a public comment, since this will be probably the last board meeting that you'll be with us. So thank you for everything, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Okay, I see him smiling at us, and I know he doesn't want me to add any more, and so. But I said my piece, and it's genuine.
Thank you.
From the board. It's really got us through this. And the school district there is getting a great guy, who's an accomplished professional. So, thank you again. Mr. Perez, executive session.
Sure.
Are we ready for that? Okay. Discussion of school district's legal compliance with Governmental Conduct Act for consideration of creating RFPs and awards of contracts with its legal counsel under the attorney-client privilege in anticipation of litigation pursuant to section 1015-187 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I'll move to go into executive session.
Motion has been made to go into executive session by Ron Ortiz. Is there a second?
And second.
Second by Alicia.
Second.
If you don't mind.
Give it to her.
Okay, seconded by Emily Hunt Daly, pursuant to the New Mexico Open Meetings Act under section 1015H71. Roll call, please.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Richard Jones, Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Garashambo.
I'm just trying to check to see if, Richard was trying to get a hold of me. Okay, yes,
Yes.
motion carries. The time is 8:20, 8:17.
8:17.
Let's take a 5 minute break.
Next.
I can just.
Good luck to you.
Just,
Had to look it up to find out where we're gonna visit you.
Yeah, Captain of Mexico, close to Ritos.
Close
Is
to
it close to home grounds?
Congratulations.
Not where I grew up, but where I was previous.
Those of you in the boardroom, your mic is still on.
We're trying to turn it off.
Someone turn it off?
I can't see where. It's not letting me.
Can you just hit mute on it? Hello?
Are they on their way back, sir?
Yes, they should be getting on right now.
Dalton, can you hear us?
Dalton,
Yes,
I can
sir.
hear you.
okay,
Okay.
good. We're gonna go back into open session. Emily?
She's just now connecting.
There she is.
Is there? Emily, you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I make a
Board came
motion
out
that
of
we
close.
adjourn.
Board came out of closed session at 9:33, 9:29 PM. Is there a motion to reconvene the open meeting session?
I'll
So
move to reconvene.
moved.
Give it to
Emily Daly, is there
I'll
a second?
I'll second.
Ron Ortiz seconded to reconvene the open session. Roll call?
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. The executive session discussed only that which we had described, which was legal compliance with the Governmental Conduct Act for consideration of creating RFPs and awards of contract with its legal counsel pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the Open Meetings Act. Mr. Jones did not participate in the executive session. Make note of that for the record, Ms. Sandoval. Announcements, you see the announcements. Do you notice that there is no date, I mean, the time, that's what I'm saying. Graduation
Oh, yeah.
time, and that's even in their announcements, I don't see times.
So both,
Grants High
both
School
of
was
them. 6.
at 6 o'clock? 'Cause I
Yes,
remember-
both of them.
All right. Anything else?
On Friday,
Mr. Max, is Laguna Acoma gonna be outside on the football field or inside the gym?
Dr. Martin, do you recall? I thought it was gonna be indoors, but I don't know.
The last time I heard, sir, it will be indoors.
Yeah, I think they're both indoors, but if it's different, I'll call you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Um,
That's good.
Future
Make
agenda
a
items,
difference to
please
see
let
if
me
I
know.
can, I will,
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved by
So
Ron
moved.
Ortiz, seconded by Emily Hunt Daly.
second,
To adjourn the meeting, roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
yes.
Alicia Lundstrom,
Yes.
Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Motion carried. Motion carried on all the other ones too. Meeting adjourned at
Night.
Bye.
9:32. Get well, Emily.
I'm trying.
Sorry to hear that you're sick. Oh. Please take care of yourself.